Good morning. Hello. Oh boy. Uh just before I was walking in here to come and sign on time. I got a big old eyelash in my eye. So took care of that. Mouse battery isn't working. Not that that's the end of the world, you know what I mean? But I'm like, what's going on? It was just like a bunch of things all happening all at once and I was like, why? But it's been fine. I've had a good morning. I hope that you have had a good morning as well. I am very glad to be here. I'm really looking forward to. It's been a big week at my job. Lots of planning, lots happening right now, and so I generally work Monday through Thursday. Although when you're running a nonprofit, that's definitely, you can't always guarantee that. But for the most part, I can. And so I was glad when I was able to just sort of decompress last night and start thinking about today and working on my podcast and just getting some stuff knocked out. I'm making such progress. I always want it to be faster. But when you only have a handful of hours to dedicate to something every week, listen, I used to only regularly dedicate, well, I used to barely be able to find even 1 hour to dedicate. And so these last few months of doing the morning live streams has made such a huge difference in my life. And I've gotten to know really cool people and gotten a lot of work done, and has been more fun getting work done because I can. Oh, speaking of which, here's one of these cool people. Hello, Yaza. Hello, good evening to you. What are you doing on this Friday evening in Australia? How's it going? You working on writing tonight? Are you just hanging out? Would love to know. Oh yeah, my mouse. You come to rely on something like this. The battery, I'm hoping it's just that the battery went out. No warning. I gotta use my mouse pad. Crying out loud. All right. Yes, I'm looking forward to. I think that I'm gonna since it's a longer morning, I'm going to go ahead and start off with a 15-minute sprint. Normally I will do. Oh, gosh. Oh well, that's fine. You can't see what I'm doing right now anyway. Just trying to get this timer all set up. When you go to click on something. Oh, okay. You go to click on something on YouTube, and as you click on it, the screen jumps and changes so that you click on something else, and you're like, come on. That's what happened to me, and it was obviously fine. All right. Let's go ahead and put up 15 minutes. Usually I start off with 10, but I'm thinking I would like to have like a good 15-minute morning pages. Oh, here's Chandra, about to start work, but wanted to say hi. Thank you so much, Chandra. I hope you have an excellent work day. I don't know if Friday is the start to your weekend, tomorrow, but I hope that either way, it's a good day for you. Appreciate you stopping by to say hi. Perhaps I will see you in the chat over the weekend on some other live streams and sprints. That would be super fun. All right. Yes, so let's start off with a 15-minute sprint here. Got my morning pages book. Just after a week like I've had, that was just a lot of brain work. Lots of brain work. Is that a weird way to put it? I guess we're using our brains for work all the time. Sometimes we use them more than others. That's how I would describe my week. So I think that I will benefit from getting in some morning pages, sort of getting out what's in my head. And I think that will help me get started. And a good 15-minute sprint for whoever is watching for whatever you're wanting to work on. Oh, Yazza says I'm oddly really sleepy. Huh, okay. I don't think that's that odd. I mean, It's late-ish where you are. I think you got to do what you got to do. I guess if you're used to going to bed pretty late on a Friday night, I've started going to bed like in the 9 o'clock hour pretty regularly during the week. Excuse me, whereas I used to just kind of keep staying awake, and it's made such a difference. There's no shame in going to bed earlier if you're tired, if you want. But then I think sometimes people are like, I don't want to just, shut down for the day. I get that too. I definitely understand that. All right. All right. Let's go ahead and get our 15-minute sprint going. And I will talk to you when we're done.
ever-changing world, Vistaprint is here.
Hello, hello. I'm laying in bed. Kyla's on my lap. I'm just laying here with a heating pad on my back. Oh, yeah, it's nice hanging out with Eric for a little bit. Oh, interesting that the car drove for Uber and Lyft. I used to drive for both as well. I think I always say, like, I used to be an Uber driver. I just say that for, like, speed. I used to do both, though. I did Uber and Lyft. Which, yeah, it's similar. It's funny. Like, I didn't make that connection until you said that. I was like, oh, wait. That's, like, exactly what I'm doing now with GoGo Kid and VIP Kid. It's essentially, like, exactly the same rival companies that are exactly the same. Hi, Cal. The difference between Uber and Lyft used to be that Uber would pay you more, but with Lyft, you could get tips. Then Uber introduced tips, but nobody used it because they were so used to not having to tip. So it about evened out. Yeah, I would have both in my windshield as well. Cal. And, making GFBs. Oh, you probably can't see. No. Oh, yeah, there you go. GFB action. Yeah, I used to do both. What were you asking about Go again? I have done a bit of research on the differences
Boy, oh boy. Big shout out to Yaza for helping me out. So I hope that went well for you. Considering that I wanted to do a 15-minute sprint so that I could write my morning pages, and I spent the first 5 to 6 minutes dealing with technical issues, I guess I'm glad I went for the 15 minutes. So what happened was I had my camera, my good camera, my nice microphone, and my internet, and my mouse, which previously wasn't working. I have them in like a multi-plug. And I had plugged them in, but none of them detected this morning, but I didn't realize it because I got the eyelash in my eye before I started. And so then I didn't have time to come in and check everything. I just ran in here and like started the live stream. And then it's when we started that sprint that I was like, this isn't quite right. I was like, something isn't quite right here. And so I checked in and unplug everything and then plug it back in. And then when I plugged the mic in, because it was a new mic, it was not muted. Thankfully, there was nothing bad playing, but boy, oh boy. What a start to the day. But listen, I'm determined to turn it around. I wrote down my morning pages. I wrote out, one name. I need to add a name to this list so I don't forget it. I got a good list of just everything that I need to get through. If I can get through these things, I'm going to set a goal. I mean, I've been pushing myself. Well, I've been pushed this week capacity-wise just by the nature of the way these last few weeks have been at work. And I'm okay with that. I'm very supported. It's very much a team effort. And it's for a short period of time with like some special things that are happening. But I kind of want to push myself like during this morning sprint to get through this list. I don't think I'm going to go past 11:30 so much anymore. In the past, I've put 7:30 to 11:30 question mark, maybe more than that. But I think that I would rather really try to finish things by 11:30 because I think that knowing that I've got that extra cushion of time somehow psychologically makes me put off being as productive as I could be. And if I'm like really cooking and getting stuff done and I want to go past 11:30, that's fine. But I'd rather try and wrap up, because it's usually been a long week, and why not go ahead and get started with my weekend and taking a little bit of a break. So there you go. That's what I'm thinking right now for the Friday live streams. The downside is that there are a lot of people who just start to sign on at that time. And so that's definitely a consideration because I'm not just doing these live streams. They're not just for me. They're a service to people who can use some support and some encouragement. But I have to balance that out. So there you go. There's my there's my thoughts, my musings on these live streams. Welcome, AllyDeatherageArt, just finished teaching. And so we got Ally, we got Yaza. This is a good pair. I got a great pair of peeps in it this morning. Can you all hear my Focus at Will music? I turned it down pretty low. I'll show you. Application window. Okay. This is it is very chill. Some mornings, some days, the music on here is very driving. I'm having like a dance party, a productivity dance party. But as you can hear, it's very chill and relaxed this morning. Maybe that's what I need this morning more than the other. Also on Focus at Will, though. Oh, shoot. It's being blocked. 1 second. There we go. So you can change the energy level. Maybe that's why, maybe because I have it on high energy. Let's see if we detect a difference. Oh yeah. Definitely much more high energy. It's working up to it. And then you can switch it to low energy. Let's see the difference. Wow, it really is a distinct difference, isn't it? I like medium energy. Oh, actually, that was too bad. Just after I clicked it, it really started to sound good. Not that it didn't sound good before. There you go. This is what I do for focus. It helps me so much though. Not even exaggerating the slightest bit. All right. Well, now seems like a good time. Yaz, are you still with us? Are you sleepy still? You waking up? Allie, what are you working on? What are you working on right now, Allie? I know you've got some plans next week maybe you're thinking about. Allie, are you going to be streaming on your birthday? No, your birthday's Monday, right? Everyone wish happy birthday to Allie. Oh my gosh, I can totally advocate for you to get birthday greetings during your live stream tomorrow. I'm pretty excited about that. You can just wait for it. I shouldn't have said anything. I should have made it a surprise, but the words came out of my mouth too fast. Oh well. A parent feedback sprint. Honestly, that's a great use of your time. Get that done. Get it out of there. I know you have one in particular. One parent feedback in particular that might be fun to write. Okay. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started on this. Also, I figured out how to configure my speakers so that they come out through my computer when I have my microphone plugged in. It was not difficult. So All right. Well, I feel like I finally got in the groove during that sprint. What about the rest of you? Oh, hello, Sako. Good morning to you. What you working on this morning, Sako? Do you have your live stream coming up this morning later on? I worked on, well, a couple things. First, I have an interview for the podcast tonight. So I was working on some questions for that. Someone I've known a little bit for a few years. You know, you have people that you meet. I mean, I met this person and his then fiance, now wife, probably 4.5 years ago. And it's not like I've spent a lot of time with them, but they're like in my universe. And I know that they're doing a lot of really cool things. And he just started a business. Okay. So I'm talking to you and like something in my eye, of course. Anyway, he started a business like a mission-based business, promoting mental health stuff. And so I really wanted to ask him about that. Just a really cool family. So I'm getting my questions ready for him. And then also, we got some, okay. Allie finished a shower sprint. Nice. Did you go out in the rain? I think it's raining right now. That would be a very literal take on a shower sprint. Sprinting into the rain. You got your parent feedback done. Well, you got a lot done during those 25 minutes. Elizabeth got 587 words in 25 minutes. Very good on your cozy draft. Nice. And if I know Elizabeth S. Craig, which I mean, I just know her through here, she's got a couple drafts pulled up probably, and will switch back and forth. I still think that's a really clever approach to writing and productivity. Very cool. Okay, I'm crinkling over here because this is what I want to do. So my second anniversary of the podcast is in about 2 weeks. And I have an episode prepared for it. And I wanted to get one of these balloons. A number 2 balloon, which typically you use for like a birthday, perhaps a 2-year-old's birthday, someone turning 20 or any other number with the 2 in it. But I decided that I wanted to do it. Take a photo with it. And this, I hope it works because this is a balloon blower upper. Works like this. I guess I can put it. These are super handy when you are blowing up a lot of balloons. Michael Scott on The Office makes a joke about it, but we're not going to go there today. It just sucks in some air and then blows up balloons so that you're not, getting lightheaded from trying to inflate them yourself. And I've never done one of these, although I've seen it done. Well, that's a good sized balloon. So I'm thinking I've had this for a couple of weeks. I need to get this blown up so that I can take a photo with it. Okay. Oh, okay. This should work. So there's a little tab here with a hole. This should work then. I've heard that sometimes these kind of cheap balloons will have holes in them and not work, but I'm going to do my best. Okay, it might be a little, okay. So then I'm able to put it's going to be a little unwieldy. Well, not so bad. I'm able to put the nozzle in. Is it starting? I can't tell. Oh, do I need to kind of break through? Perhaps. Oh, okay. I'm making some progress. Is the air making it into the balloon? I feel a lot of it blowing out, and that's not, ideal.
This is going to take longer than I anticipated. I can't tell if the air is getting in. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to have to work on this. I will probably have to spend, I'm going to have to probably spend at least one of my sprints on this. Okay. So perhaps my plan of having a little photo with it later today will not work. But listen, sometimes it's all about the first step. I've taken a step toward it. It's just been sitting in its package for weeks. I've taken a step toward it. All right. You can live here right now. She's going to live there right now. And well, you'll see if I ever manage to get it complete, because if I do, it'll be on a photo. This is what it's supposed to look like. No help. No help in the directions. It just says if it's helium filled, don't use it near overhead power lines. Thanks for that. All right. Well, let's go ahead, and after that riveting break, let's hop into the next one. Everybody ready to go? Everybody ready for their writing, productivity, whatever they're working on? Let's get started. Here, I'll share the screen, and that'll be good.
So the last one, the 10 touches. All right. Well, what I learned is that this is based on numerous studies. If you take like 2.5 grams of collagen a day, after, they say it takes a few months to see full effect, especially like, I guess, skin dryness and elasticity improves pretty quickly with using skin. I think it was 2.5 a day. For joint and bone density purposes, it was, and I don't know, I have a screenshot. Oh, okay. So you do a small amount for joint pains to help up your duration. Bone density, I had 15 grams muscle mass and body composition. I'm just thinking, like, these are all things that start to do after like age 35. Like you start, like you're not building muscle mass. Your body starts to lose it like faster than you gain it. But I have a little screenshot. So this is still helpful, but it's not what I was thinking of. There was a study that was of I think elderly men who were described as frail, and whatever collagen doses they took in the study showed that they gained muscle mass, which is unusual at that age. Like the collagen really helped. And like studies are showing that taking collagen helps stimulate your
I love that breaking format. We
All
have
right.
some that don't end the way you would expect.
Oh, really? So the
gotta
three
tune
that
in.
I've seen end in weddings, but
Yes.
who knows about the others? We also, speaking of weddings, we also have Andre Pineur, who was my betrothed, and I think we're going to be like star-crossed lovers, like the immortal bard once wrote about Romeo and Juliet.
I'm taking a rectangle with a battery inside, and I started texting a cool off, and she seems to know me very well. Hey, baby,
Don't worry about her.
you think I'm stupid? I'm recording this.
Oh, wait, you're recording this?
I'm recording this whole thing, and I'm putting it on the internet on a Monday.
Oh, no. Podcast. Well, you know what? Speaking of competing podcasts, we have a couple of podcast hosts who host a competing podcast with us. And I know you don't know what a podcast is, Andre, but we'll explain that when they come on. They are the hosts of The Sports Dude. Please welcome to the show for the first time, Jeff and Jeff.
Hey, Scott, thanks so much for having us on.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you very much.
I heard this has a good reach.
I'd really love to ask these two gentlemen a question off the rip.
Yeah, like in the middle of them saying, thanks for having us.
Yeah, you know exactly who we are, so whatever you ask is perfect for us.
What? No. Now, do y'all have colds? That's the question. Are y'all sick?
What a cold.
You sound
By the way, if we had an invention that cured the common cold, that would be something.
It's just, I mean, my voice is a little worn out from doing so much podcasting. Yeah, we're just recording ads, banking episodes, getting interviews in, so it's not a cold. I wish I had a cold. I haven't had a cold in a decade.
Oh, wait, why do you wish you had a cold?
Because I have a fever.
Oh, okay, you wanted to break?
A cold would be easier to manage.
Right. Well, which one of you is Jeff, by the way, and which one of you is Jeff?
I'm Jeff. I'm Jeff with a J. I'm Jeff with a G. G-E-O-F-F.
Oh,
As in go off.
as in G off. No.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
Got thrown out of high school for cheating off. For cheating off in class. My cousin Jeff is the podcast guy, but he has the on. I was doing the podcast, we're talking sports, and I occasionally call up my cousin Jeff, and I have him on. It's just sort of grown from there. And, you know, I know it's a little early, but I'd love to plug the podcast right now.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, it's the Sports Dude. You're the Sports Dude, Jeff?
Jeff is the sports dude, and I, Jeff, and his cousin Jeff.
Oh, okay. And you're not on the show regularly? You just receive calls from Jeff here every once in a while?
Jeff, not regularly, but he does call me every episode when I'm on.
I call him every episode. He's on every single one. But yes, semi-regularly he's on there.
I guess if I say I'm regular, it changes contract.
Oh, I see, yeah. What is the purpose of these calls? Why do you call Jeff over here, Jeff?
We just want to get his opinion on sports and his hot takes. He's usually got a really on-the-box take for a lot of sports. Scott, you're a sports guy?
Scott, I know what I am. Orange ball, bounce up and down.
Okay, well, I saw it actually. Okay. If you were an NBA owner, what team do you think should draft Robert De Niro? Basketball or actor? Robert De Niro, the actor, has in the NBA, as De Niro as himself, to make Robert taxi driver, road grandpa. If he was to get two grandpa movies, what
seed do you think could use it? You guys seem to know more about movies than sports so far.
No, we are. That is the sports guy, and I'm his cousin. This
Okay, well, I guess, look, if you have to draft an actor in the NBA, Robert De Niro might not be the worst choice. He gets so many roles, he probably
because I think the Nuggets could X-Men. So he would be perfect fit there. People who are all sort of an allegory for homosexuality or racism.
Yeah, they all kind of come together, and the coach really does have a Professor X vibe when he's sitting down, and what just makes it
It's hairstyle. It's hairstyle.
it's all that he sits down occasionally. He sits down like,
And if there's a company, it's got to be the Sacramento Kings. The X Factor. We're talking Shatterstar, all the gangs.
The kid that the Tumbo is a real X-Men Dave. Yeah, you guys know a lot about comic books, it seems.
Look, we're just guys, we're talking sports. We're talking sports here. So, what's your sport of choice there, Andre? Or Jamie, whoever. Anyone, just shout out a sport. That's what we're talking about.
Well, my sport is it's a little complicated.
That surprises no one, Andre.
Well, Geoff.
Go on, Queen.
Geoff, the go-off queen. Geoff, so my sport is, are you familiar with circles?
The big circle guys.
We love circles.
If we're talking,
Have you ever shaved in a circle?
it's all circular because when it ends, it's really just the beginning.
That's deep.
Like a wedding ring. Shout out to Blade.
We have Jay off in a circle, which definitely
No, but did you Jay off?
sponsors. Jay off with a J.
It wasn't a circle, which brings us to what I talked about.
Sponsors, Blink Builder.
It's a pineapple flavored serum that increases the amount of attractive that one can carry through with the
It has no effect on the way
It's not checking on it. We have not checked the taste yet.
Just do.
I mean, we're just talking about the amount is ever something that really.
I was going to say Tom Brady.
Okay, this is where we disagree. Different guys, different sports. It's not even sports related. Just stop it. You know, I'm saying it's for sure that it's Robert. Everybody else.
Eliminate a little bit of that.
He's so starstruck by Tom Brady playing him that they would have to go.
Jeff, he does, because the Green Ridge is a bad boy, and nobody can bring a bad boy to Jeff's Robert.
All right, I gotta go with you on this one, Jeff. I succeed. I do all that. I succeed.
I have a couple of questions for both of you. Because you seem like a really good business. Why is he Geoff? Because he doesn't have an always yet. So now we're just going to get off the phone.
He does have it always in. I don't know. Jay, do you know about that? I genuinely don't know.
It's like chapstick. Try it once, then it just makes your nose worse.
I work with HVAC. I take so much NyQuil, it keeps me up. All that stuff. No, it should put you to sleep. It should knock my ass out. I am up all day long. Take the first thing as soon as I get up. Drugs. MLB, you think it's cocaine personified. Yeah, great guess. Dead wrong. It's actually Mike Diaz. Now, I rarely agree with my cousin Jay out here, but in this case, it's theatrical. I don't know. I think we're going to disagree. You go to the main stadium, it's going to be chummy pedophiles who start firing rounds into the other. Pedophiles brings us to another one of our sponsors, video games. Designers of the game, Sweet Evening. Popular game. It is made by one of our neighbors to get into exploring his basement. In a video game to lure children to his basement? Sports, type it in. Delta Sports Suits. RTS. Springs. You guys, have you ever watched a sports show? Yes. You're a sports gal. You like baseball, right? Okay, not that. Easy or easy not. Taller or shorter than J.P. Stadium. Easy or easy not. Taller or shorter. These are just facts.
Sheaf.
We're exactly the same. Time to throw a curveball at you, but you know what a curveball is?
I forgot
Yeah,
about the word sheaf.
everybody was doing curveballs. It fucked me out pretty good. You're just a drug. Jeff over here, he's like Clint Eastwood, you know, he has with That's another white man thing. Brandon Lee, if he were to play on the NHL, well, Andre, did you have something you want to say about Brandon? Brandon is 17 years old. A little old for skinny basement boy, but he might still like it.
Okay, well, I actually don't want to get involved in any of this stuff because up until recently I was a Christian woman. Brandon Wise, Brandon Brandin. I thought maybe it would be wonderful. If you don't like this idea, by the way, I'm going to do comments. It's named Sports. What do you spell sports? S-P-R-E-O-T-S. Just so an extra E in there.
Spring? Springs.
So, like, kind of like jazz?
Like Geo.
So put an extra E in there, like G-Sports. Esports.
Oh, esports.
Speaking of podcasts, I'd like to ask our gold members to continue listening. If you haven't paid for a gold level subscription, please shut off the podcast. Silver and Love cannot discuss on other podcasts. It's just a lottery system. We have the numbers.
You should invent some sort of internet site.
It can be a wall. Call it a wall of
Mahomes in the Game of Thrones series, NFL quarterback, to be part of the watch. Why is it Ryan Lee? Okay. There's 1 ouncer. 1 ouncer only. It's John Elway. All right. And here we go again. They're both number 16. Unfortunately. Okay, you want to do your say out? That's fine. Tell me, Scott. Do your say out.
You guys can have an offsite conversation about that.
If you wanted one athlete to take a photo of you, who would it be? And why is it Tim Hardaway? What situation are we in? Is it I see them on the street, I want a photo in front of a business that has like my name, like Scott School Hall, and like anything to put me under the sign? That's right, yeah. You're at Scott School Hall, it's like shit, my name's Scott. I love the photo, it is be funny as hell. You look over, who's there? It's the nightclub shrimp. Dead left shrimp.
Any one of the 1986 Chicago Bears, maybe.
Okay, you want the Bears? You want the Bears? Want the Raider, maybe? Straight up, I would love to see what Ditko busts down. Phantom Hip Hop Group, the 86 Chicago Bears for who is that?
That's a push.
Is William Woodard the Mecca band of the 86 Bears? Call it now. What?
We don't know.
Call the call right now. We are getting a call. We are getting a call.
Okay, let's pick it up. Caller, are you there? Yeah. Hello? Hi. You're on copy.
Hey, you're on with the sports dude.
I'm Coach Howie, maybe I'm Shark Sports Dude. Oh, no, the Sports Dude is here. It's a sort of crossover.
Seriously, you all. I don't even know. I have no excuse for my microphone being on that time. Oh, nothing went wrong. I just apparently didn't hit mute. I think what I'm realizing is I haven't really had a break in a couple of weeks. And I think that it leads me to forgetting little things, little basic things. Oh, well. I had a dumb podcast on quietly because sometimes it helps me to just have a little bit of sound. It's like it distracts some part of my brain and helps me focus better. You wouldn't think so, but it was on quiet, so I couldn't really hear it. And my focus music, anyway. Sometimes I need it to be quiet and sometimes I need to have some sound, but I was working away. I literally just finished. I just wrote anything else you'd like to share with people. And that was the very last question I had for my interview questions. So that's good. Pulled up my Facebook and I will be able to send off those questions and I'll prepare questions for another interview during the next sprint, but that's great. So I have an interview tonight over Zoom and an interview tomorrow over Zoom. And I mean, I've got another interview in a couple weeks. No, I don't think I'll focus on that now. I have more pressing issues. Okay, Elizabeth says 385 words on one draft and then moved over to scheduling social media. Nice. You're just getting it done, Elizabeth. Getting all the things done. Actually, AllyDeatherageArt, who is in the comments right now, excuse me. So I think, beginning of June, I think Ally's episode of the podcast is the first week of June. And she was talking about how writing a book, like part of it is the actual writing of the book. And part of it is the marketing of that book. And I think until you do it, it's hard to remember how important that is. I would say from like a nonprofit standpoint, when most people think about starting the nonprofit, they think about like the specific work that the nonprofit is going to do. But then stuff like the kind of stuff that I do tends to fall by the wayside. But if you're going to raise money or have anybody know about the work you're doing, then you have to spend time communicating about it. I mean, it's very different writing a book versus running a nonprofit, and yet there are some similarities. I think just if you want to do anything that's out of the ordinary, important, something that you want people to know about, that becomes a bigger part of it than we might realize at first. And then realizing that there's a whole learning curve and strategy to all of that. Yeah, it's a lot. It's very DIY, unless you have the money to pay someone to do it all for you, which doesn't come cheap. What I'm saying is, good job, Elizabeth. Elizabeth is tackling both of those aspects this morning. We have got Devin in the chat. One second. I have to type something to Devin because it's tradish. Hashtag delightful Devin. Good to have you here, Devin. And Elizabeth says a small business like a writing business would be similar to a nonprofit. Absolutely. I agree. Including the stumbling block of how about the stumbling block of reading a sentence out loud, including the stumbling block of handling promo and the learning curve. Right. Yeah, it is all included. And yeah, you raise a good point. I think that a lot of people, we've run into the fact that a lot of people don't think of a nonprofit as being a business, but it's a corporation. It's a type of corporation. And we have business models, policies, and really, we have everything in place that a typical business would have. It's just that the way we use the profit, the revenue from that is different. And then I think a lot of people also don't think about writing as a business, being an author as a business. And it absolutely is. I think especially if you're self-publishing or you're selling your products, you have expenses that you want to deduct. I mean, a lot of that is business oriented. Yeah, I agree with you, Elizabeth. Got our hashtags, hashtag delightful Devin, hashtag marvelous Melissa, hashtag awesome Allie. We got all of the dang hashtags and the alliterations. What is our hashtag for Elizabeth? Hashtag, E is a classically hard word. The word that came to my mind first was elusive. And I was like, no, that's not really applicable to this situation. You got ethereal. You've got extroverted. It's just extra. Oh, I got it. Ha ha. Ha. Here it comes. Extraordinary. Oh, did I spell extraordinary right? I did. Bam, I got it. I'm sure you run into that. My last name begins with an E. Oh, I have realized that I need to start saying my last name on the live stream. It is pronounced Eick. I have a deceptively short and simple seeming last name, but it has messed a lot of people up over the years. And I was like, oh, I need to say that. Melissa Eick is my name. Eick like Eisenhower. Anyway, so yes, I've run into the E thing. Extraordinary, Elizabeth. I like it. Honestly, Elizabeth, you get a lot of stuff done. I think that's extraordinary. Oh, I really got close to the camera there. Hello, Nora Kulali. Welcome. I think I pronounced your last name correctly. Welcome. Glad to see you here. What are you working on this morning, Nora? Oh, it would appear that Allie knows you, Nora. How do y'all know each other? Be interested to find out. Are you writing this morning, Nora? Camp NaNoWriMo? Doing other types of productivity things? I would love to hear about that. The person I'm interviewing on my podcast tonight, his name is Davis Varghese, and he just started, I've known him for a few years, and he started an apparel brand that is a very specific mission of like normalizing the conversation around mental health and celebrating people who are overcomers. That's my understanding of his business. I'm going to learn more about it during our interview tonight. And then tomorrow night, has anyone here ever watched the show Making It with Nick Offerman and Amy Poehler on Hulu? On NBC, but it's on Hulu. If you have, my guest tonight was actually a contestant on that show. Like that might be how you know her. She was a contestant on the second season, I think, of that show. But I've known her for a few years because she is a brilliant woodworker and carpenter, I guess you would call her. She's also an engineer, no big deal. An engineer. And then she also has this side business of doing carpentry and woodworking. And she creates the best stuff. And it's so fascinating to follow her online. Anyway, she has volunteered at Dragonfly, built some things for us. And now she is planning, I don't know if I can reveal it yet. I'm not going to reveal it yet, but we have something maybe big coming up with her. Anyway, she's also modeled for us. She just modeled for us last weekend because she's gorgeous. And we do photo shoots regularly throughout the year for the nonprofit for different events and campaigns. So I'm going to talk to her tomorrow night, and I'm just super excited about that. That will be really fun. Okay. Okay, Nora. Nora is a new regular on Allie's streams. Yay, awesome. Allie and I are friends in real life, but now we've got all of these awesome friends in virtual life, IVL. So super glad to have you here, Nora. Nora is writing today, planning to finish the third part of your book. That's big. That's a big deal. Are you able to spend most of the day? I don't know what time it is where you are, Nora. Whereabouts in the world are you? I'm in Oklahoma City in the United States. And so I don't know what time it is. Is it like 4 in the morning and you're going to work all day? Is it the evening where you are? We've got someone on here. If Yazza is still here, Yazza's over in Australia. We've got Elizabeth and Devin on the East Coast of the United States and Canada, respectively. So let us know if you would like to let us know about that. Well, we got a lot to do. Our group has a lot to do. So let's go ahead and fire up that next, excuse me, I'm gurgling. Our next 25-minute sprint real quick. And you can let me know in the chat more answers to all of my many questions that I always ask everyone. This is how I am in real life as well, just so you know. Okay. We'll go ahead. Our little timer will, oh, hang on a second. Hang on a second. You're in Algeria. Nora, est-ce que tu parles français? J'ai étudié le français et j'ai lu plusieurs livres écrits par des écrivains, des auteurs algériens. Just curious. Algeria is to a degree French speaking. And so if I ever come across someone in chat who's a French speaker, I got to try it. I don't know the degree to which people still speak French in Algeria, but what I said was when I was studying French, I read several books written by Algerian authors. Okay, that's it. Now we can go ahead and start. 3 p.m. in Algeria. Okay, cool. I hope it goes well for everyone. Let's start. All right. How did your 25-minute sprint go? I managed to mute my microphone. So that was a big improvement. And I got my interview questions. I added a few more, got those sent off. Now I'm working on my next interview questions, which is exactly what I thought I would work on during this time. So how did that go for everyone? I had a snack. I was munching on a snack. And I think it is definitely time for me to get another little morning coffee. This is cold. I kind of want to drink it for the sake of completion, but I don't think I will. This is one of my favorite coffee mugs that I got, I think, for Christmas 2014, if I remember correctly. Yeah. How was your writing? Let's see. I know that Nora's working on the third part of her book. I know Elizabeth was, at least as of the last sprint, working on social media. Ally's taking a boyfriend sprint. Her boyfriend is definitely used to that because Ally, as you all know, also leads sprints. Elizabeth said, made some good progress on my to-do list. Awesome. Hopping off now. Okay, great. Thanks so much for joining us for this time, Elizabeth. Happy Friday to you. Have a wonderful weekend. So glad you were able to get some things knocked off your to-do list. That's a good start to the weekend for sure. When I finish up these interview questions, which I know I'm probably like overthinking them, but I'm doing like research at the same time, because while I know these people I'm interviewing, some, digging in and making sure that I'm up to date with at least what they have like on their social media is taking a little bit of time. But I really want to finish up this set of questions by the end of this next sprint and get those sent off to her. I have to remember too that they don't have to be perfect. I can add things later. And I also invite my guests to add questions as well. And then I've got to figure out where I am with some podcast episodes. And my podcast, if you're interested, is called Making Your Impact with Melissa Eick. And there is a link to it below in the description. It's a podcast to inspire and equip you to pursue your calling and make a difference in the world. So the inspiration part comes from, if people can take inspiration from my stories or guests I have on talking about the impact they make. And the equipping part comes from anything that I can think of that I have learned in life that can help people take steps toward pursuing their dream of changing the world. And so I always say that making a difference, making an impact, I think writers and artists inherently change the world, but it doesn't exist in a vacuum. We have to know how to manage our time, take care of other things so that we free up the mental space and the time to dedicate to what we want to do, whether it's our full-time job, like it is with me at the Dragonfly Home, my nonprofit, or if it's like a side business. I feel like I have learned a whole freaking lot. That's right. I said a whole freaking lot. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but in the last almost 10 years of doing this anti-human trafficking advocacy work. So that's why I do the podcast. If there's anything that I can share that will help somebody else, then I'm happy to. Okay, there's my little spiel. I guess it was a spiel. Nora had an unexpected scene come along. That's exciting. It's a burst of creativity and inspiration, and wrote 454 words. That's fantastic. The scene came along and then you crushed it with your fast typing. Ally took out the trash and the recycling and ate breakfast. Oh, you have not done the boyfriend sprint. You thought there was going to be a boyfriend sprint, but now there's going to be one. Gotcha, Ally. Taking out trash and recycling and breakfast is a lot to get done in a mere 25 minutes. Good for you. Way to go, Ally. Okay, well, with that, if we're all good, roll your shoulders back, stand up perhaps. Ooh, yeah. I'm going to stand And I'm going to walk over to my Keurig and I'm going to make a coffee. I feel like I should point out that I use reusable Keurig cups that I fill myself because #environment. Okay. I'm going to stand and walk and stretch my legs in order to get myself more caffeine. And I'm very excited about that decision. Get some water. Yeah. Make sure that you are giving yourself a break. I'm a firm believer in like flexing wrists and, you know, just kind of making sure that we're taking care of our joints and things for typing. Our joints and things. And I say, let's go ahead and dive in to the next 25-minute sprint. Get this going here. Can you hear my music a little bit? I actually don't know how much it comes across because, oh, why are you suddenly not loading? Oh, all right, there we go. Because I've got this fancy new microphone. I don't know how much you can hear it. It's very soothing and helps me focus a lot. All right. So we'll go ahead and our little timer with its little tune will get us started. Hello. I was gone for longer than I anticipated. I got my coffee and then I got a phone call that it was a pretty quick one, just a few minutes, that I was like, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and take this. And so I didn't get a whole lot done during the sprint. But that's just the way it goes sometimes. It was good to actually get up and move around. I feel a lot more energized now, just getting that blood movement. When I used to teach college French, oftentimes the school would schedule me for pretty early in the morning. And so, and the students were in their, late teens, early 20s, community college. For the most part, I had some people who were different ages, but they were so tired in the morning. And if I would have everybody just stand up and just kind of like move around a little bit, no one actually wanted to do it. But then once they stood up, it was like kind of refreshing, it kind of felt better. Anyway, so same effect on me. I was feeling a little bit sleepy a little while ago, and now I've got some movement and additional coffee. I am out of my alternative milk, so I'm just drinking it black. But actually, I got a little something in this coffee. It's not alcohol. I have for several months now. The first time I ever heard of this was probably last summer. I don't know if you've ever heard of actress, comedian, author. She's got a new show out on Comedy Central. Her name is Phoebe Robinson, and she was on the Mark Maron podcast that is literally titled WTF. It's been on forever, and she talked about stirring collagen into her coffee, like collagen powder, and I was like, what? I was on a long drive home from Iowa. And that's the first time I'd ever heard of it. So I've been kind of like here and there, like doing a little research about it here and there over the past, I don't know, year-ish. And so I decided to finally go for it. And I purchased some. I did research on the benefits and how much to take and how long it is before you see the actual physical manifestation of those benefits, and if it was safe. And I do a lot of research before I do anything, especially behind a purchase. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to try it. Then I researched brands, and there was one particular brand that came up as highly rated in terms of quality and was also affordable. And so I went for it. I got it yesterday from Amazon, the delivery, and I just went ahead and I stirred in my first scoop and a half of collagen powder into my coffee. I was like, I have no idea what's going to happen next. So here's my review. First of all, I think I coined the term, my colla journey. A clumsy portmanteau of the word collagen and journey. My colla journey. And collagen powder is a little bit sticky when it's dry. And then if you put the collagen powder into your coffee and then you pour the coffee over it, it clumps. I learned that. I mean, most of it dissolved, but there were a few little clumps that stuck to my spoon. And I was like, okay. And it's like a little bit sticky on the rim, and it's a little bit sticky on the corners of my mouth. I was like, what's happening right now? Okay. All right. So I'm learning a lot in these first 5 to 10 minutes. However, I don't have anything in here. Like I said, I was out of my alt milk, my alternative milk, usually almond, sometimes coconut. And so I'm just drinking it black. No sugar. I don't put any sugar or sweetener in my coffee. I'll demonstrate. There's just no taste difference. Doesn't affect the taste. It's not grainy. There's no weird film or buildup on my coffee. We'll see if I get to the bottom of my mug, if any of it has there's like silt on the bottom. We'll see. But so far, so good. I'm excited because for something that seems to have a lot of positive benefits, if you use it every day for a prolonged period of time, it was affordable and pretty painless, pretty quick and easy. So there you go. I thought, well, if I'm taking my first steps on my college journey, hashtag proud of that, expression. That was a really long hashtag. It's like, why not share it with everyone else? Maybe someone on here has been wondering about collagen. There you go. Okay, Nora got 235 words. Not so productive this time, but still, Nora. I mean, 25 minutes can be a long time to concentrate, especially if you've got a few in a row. Maybe we'll do a shorter, we'll break it up and do a shorter one this next time before we get back to 25 minutes. But 235 words is more than zero. And I bet you still spent time like thinking about things, especially if you're working on your unexpected scene. Like I run into this when you're thinking and brainstorming and reasoning through something and it feels like you're not doing anything because you're not like actively producing something on a page. It can feel like you're not being productive, but it's like all of those thoughts, the idea, the analysis, the creativity, all of that is part of the work as well. So I know I struggle with viewing it that way, but when I can remember that, I'm like, I know that's true. I know it's true. So I think that you're doing great, actually. I think you're doing great. And 235 words is not too shabby. Allie, that's right. I thought that you put collagen in your coffee, but you hadn't talked about it in a long time. Yeah, gut health, skin health, joint, muscle, heart health, like cardiovascular health. I've been reading all about it these past couple of days, and collagen, our body, I mean, it really takes a nosedive as we get older, but there's tons of scientific studies about people who are in advanced years who incorporate collagen, and the difference that it made for them is astounding. So I'm like, well, why not start now? Give me that. Give me that sweet, sweet collagen. I'm pretty excited. Some of the results can take up to 6 months to a year to really see. And I'm like, no problem. I'm in for the long haul. I'll long haul this for sure. Well, let's go ahead and do a little bit of a shorter sprint. I'm going to set it for 15 minutes, a little bit shorter, more of a brief burst of creativity. Let's see what we can get done. Let's challenge ourselves a little bit. I will make it my challenge. I'll make it my challenge to myself to finish these interview questions for my interview tomorrow night. Like finished enough that I can send the Google Doc to my guest and be done with it and move on to these other things on my list. That's my 15-minute challenge to myself. Anybody want to, I'll wait. Anybody else want to put a 15-minute self-challenge in the comments? I'll just sip. I actually need a sip of water. I'm going to sip on some beverages while I wait. Classic teacher move. Don't rush people to make their decision. People need time to think. You can look at my owl while I wait. Self-challenges, anyone? Also, I know there's a lag. Anyone? Any takers? 15-minute self-challenge? Maybe you don't want to share it. Oh, we got one from Allie. Put sheets back on my bed and make more coffee with collagen. Lovely. It's a very on theme. And also, I know that your cow, was dismayed with you for washing the sheets. And so now, hopefully, the all-important cow the cat will be happier. Nora coming through with a 15-minute self-challenge. She'll finish the next scene and a half. They're pretty short. I like it. I like it a lot. These are some good ones. Okay. I'm feeding off of your energy. Can hopefully excuse me, just gurgling over here, just feed off of each other's energy a little bit. Allie talking about her cat in the comments. Wish I could, if you want to send a polo while you're doing it, Allie, if cow is being cute, I can show everyone after this as like a little reward. All right, are we ready? It's starting off at 15. Let's go. Ooh, that was a quick one. I got so close, you guys. I got something in my eye. I hadn't gotten a little speck of mascara, I think, on my contact lens. I might have made it. So close. But that's okay. I mean, like, I just have a few more sentences to write. So I'm really glad for that sprint. Okay, let's see here. Allie, as we were going into the sprint, Allie said that Cal loves to play under the fitted sheet as you're putting it on. Pets are so helpful when it comes to household chores. So helpful. Okay. Okay, I see it, Allie. Nora said, I love the mug. It's so cute. Thank you. This is my favorite. I think of all my mugs and now I'm like, I hope I don't hurt any of their feelings. They're mugs. They don't know. But I mean, I know this one is my favorite. It's always a little spot of joy in my day when I have this one because it's also very textured. And so the scarf, like the little chevrons, I think you might call it, is like textured. And then the little, where is it? The little heart is textured as well. And a little nose. It's a real winner. I got it for Christmas 5 or 6 years ago. Allie. Yeah, Allie, I'm only seeing one. Are you having internet issues? Cow is still under the fitted sheet trying to make your bed and you just have this little lump. All right, let's see if we're able. It's not coming through. Something's happening. They're not delivering. That's hilarious because we basically never have issues with polos going through until I'm like, oh, send a polo and I'll show it to the people. And then that's the one time that it doesn't go through. Real tricky, Marco Polo, real tricky. All right. Well, maybe by the next one, they will come through. Okay. Nora says 424 words, but I still have a few lines to finish the second scene. But I mean, that's it. I didn't get totally done with mine either, but I got like 95% of the way there. Excuse me. And so, I mean, I count that as a win. Getting that far, that little burst of energy when you have that little bit of time kind of pushes you to go a little faster than you would have otherwise. I think that's great. I think that's a great accomplishment. So 424 words to finish. So you had said you wanted to do a scene and a half. So did you finish that first scene and this is the half of the other scene that you were? I think that must be it. That must be it. Okay. I think that's fantastic. I think that's really great. Oh, Allie says my internet has been spotty for a couple hours. Okay. Well, maybe it'll come through during this next sprint. I'm excited. Okay, I'll say this. Typically, I do 25-minute sprints. Is this group that's here right now more interested in maybe a series of shorter ones? Would that help us out a little bit more? I'll wait because the people who are here right now, I wanna make sure that I'm accommodating you, doing what's going to help you the most. So I'll just sip on a little more of my collagen coffee gin. Seems like there's got to be an even clumsier portmanteau with that. I'll give it a second. Should we do like 15 minutes? What do you think? What'll help you the most? Or if you're like, no, actually 25 would work better for me, I'm good with that too. Is it awkward silence? I don't feel like it's super awkward. We're just waiting for people to respond. But I can turn up my music a little bit. Okay. Allie, for her part, says she likes the long ones. All right. Can get a little bit more done during those. I wish I could run two screen tabs. I don't think I can. Oh, wow. A real consensus here. Allie and Nora both voting for the 25. You know what? You've got it. I am happy to oblige. If I could do two screens, can I? I wonder, I'm going to have to experiment a little bit. I don't think I can. I mean, like I could do a 15-minute and a 25-minute one. 15-minute for some people, for some people, and 25 for the other. But this worked out just fine. Okay. We're going to do it then. I'm for it. 25 minutes, and it'll start when our timer fires off its cute little tune. Here we go. Oof. Hello. How did that go for you? That felt like I got a lot done. Finished up. You may have seen me doing a sort of victory dance for a second. That's because I got my interview questions sent off. I already have a response from both of my interview guests. I took an important work text. So I'm going to be going longer today, just a little bit, because there is something that I need to post. I need to post some time sensitive information on our website. And so I am waiting for that. So I will be here, should get that pretty soon. I'll be keeping an eye out for it. So I spent maybe 7 to 10 minutes working on that, making sure that we have some required information posted and then preparing to get the information emailed to me pretty soon. I bet that'll happen during the next sprint. Then it won't take long to finish, but I'd rather just stay on and get that done. So I don't think that'll push me over too much. No, I mean, I had originally planned to end at 11:30. But I'm guessing at this point, most likely I'll go until noonish, about 40 more minutes. So I think what I will do, I think I will work toward, I think I'm going to do 2 20-minute sprints. I think that's good. It's a happy medium between 15 and 25, the exact medium. But whether it's happy or not, it is dead center between the two of those. And I think that'll do us well for the day. All right. So I'm going to get that pulled up. Allie says I put the bed together and started watching Felicia Day on Twitch again. It's so funny you say that, Allie, because I started watching, I think I mentioned to you even that I had other podcasters who I have started playing Stardew Valley on Twitch just these last couple of weeks. And I'm like, oh man, this takes me back to the good old days at the beginning of quarantine. When Felicia Day and Amy Okuda started playing Stardew Valley, and I had never watched that before. And it's such a comforting game. I was just thinking, I think that I know they have the back episodes on Twitch, but I think they've got it on YouTube as well. I'm like, I should just, if I don't know what to put on in the background, I should just put that on. Just like Stardew Valley, relive the fun moments when the different characters got married. The music in it is so just happy and soothing. So it's funny that then you started doing that, Allie. Yeah, sounds nice. Maybe I will. Oh, Nora, 333 words. Well, first of all, high marks for getting 333. Just the same number. I love that. Getting into a hard scene. Okay. Been excited to write it for a while. Now that I'm here, I'm scared to ruin it. Well, this is what I think about that, Nora. First of all, you're creating the scene, and whatever you're seeing in your head, you will get it written down. Also, there's no need for it to be perfect the first time. It won't be, right? Depending on how close you get to what you're really wanting, it's not going to be perfect anyway. And so when I have felt intimidated about what I have to write, whether fiction or nonfiction, I will get that sort of mental block. Like, am I going to be able to, I've been anticipating this for a long time. Will I be able to really accomplish this? And then when I take a step back and remind myself, not going to be perfect the first time anyway, I can go back and change it. I can work with this, but if I just get something down to begin with, then I've taken the first step, and it really removes, I'm sure you know all of this. I'm sure you've experienced it before, but just this week, I needed someone to encourage me in a way that I've encouraged them before. All stuff I knew, but I just needed to hear it from someone else. So I hope it's encouraging. But when I just get something down, when I just take that first step, it really it takes away the power of the scene. It takes away the intimidation factor. And then you get into it and you can really work with it and create it to be what you eventually want. I hope that's helpful. I know that you can do it. Those first steps can be the hardest. We're going to go for 20 minutes. So just see what you can get done, whether you're someone who would rather kind of go slowly. And so maybe it's not going to be a number of words, or maybe you want to just type it out as quickly as possible, whatever you're seeing in your head, and get something down so that you can go back and work with it. I think either whatever works best for you, I say just go for it. We're here for you. We're with you in spirit. We're rooting for you. Est-ce que je peux dire quelque chose en français? Est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose que je n'ai pas dit? Je crois en toi. Moi, je crois en toi. Il y a une chanson chantée par Céline Dion. Je crois que le titre, c'est Je crois en toi. Anyway, I believe in you. In English et en français. There you go. I thought, is it better to say something that's, I don't know if French is your personal second language, or maybe English is your English is obviously amazing. But there you go. English and French support. All right. We're here behind Nora. Arcadia system. I just joined. Going to get some reading done. Awesome. Arcadia, we are going to be doing 2 more 20-minute sprints, I believe, for this live stream. But I'm sure you know that there are a ton of, oh yeah, if you already know Allie, then yeah, tons of other sprints to get you through when we're done here. But very, very pleased to have you with us. Okay. All right. Let's get it going. 20 minutes. Our timer will start us off. Hello. Better Days Zellers, welcome. Welcome to the live stream. Hope that you're doing well today. Hope you're getting some words in. How did that go for everyone? The majority of that sprint was just work stuff. And in fact, I had to switch back to a work project real quick. I almost got it done. Not quite. Oh boy, I'm very small on the screen. Yeah, so that kind of took my concentration elsewhere. Not a big deal or anything. So I'm finishing that up. It's time sensitive. On the other hand, I did, you know what I did actually was also just make lists. I feel like with my plans that I have this afternoon, which is going to involve trying to kind of take a mental breather. What I thought of is I think what I thought of is kind of getting all this stuff out of my head. What I've started doing the past few seasons, about half a year at a time with my job, is making a master list of just all the things that I need to do. So I've had this spiral notebook for how long? 10 years? I have no idea. A long time. I'm like, it's time to use this sucker up and get done. Okay. So I have all the main things that I need to do. And then each of these has its own page where I try to think of just literally every single little thing that needs to be done for it. And so I've got a lot of those lists. But the thing is that I made this master list maybe as much as a month ago. And it really needs to be updated. Some things are done now. Some things can be combined or delegated to someone. And I think that as much as I know that I need to take a break mentally, getting a handle on what's rolling around my head this way, I think will help kind of decompress so that I don't feel like I have to hold it all in my head. Okay, so that's where I am. What did you all do? Arcadia got 14 pages read. Nice. What are you reading, Arcadia? That's a lot of pages. That's a lot of pages in just a 20-minute sprint. So yeah, I'd love to know what you are reading. Devin Cutting, #DelightfulDevin, did some decluttering. That's got to feel good. Decluttering is always, it's always nice to get that done. I always find that it's helpful to do it in a sprint format. So you're not necessarily spending your whole day, although you could just sprint the whole day depending on the amount of decluttering. That's great, Devin. Nora, oh, look at that. 431 words in 20 minutes. That's fire. Words helped. I'm so glad. And you're enjoying the scene. You're enjoying the scene. Is that not the most important part, right? If you just got here, Nora was saying before the sprint that she's been excited, or they, I'm sorry, I don't know your pronouns, Nora. Excited about this scene coming up, but then that kind of feeling a little apprehensive about it, and just nailed it. Just crushed it. Nora is also yelling at the character for doing exactly what they're making them do. Yes, there is one scene that I wrote a few years ago based on reality. And it was a scene about someone treating another person very poorly. And I'd had the scene in my head, and it was actually really, cathartic to write out this scene. And as I was writing it, it just made me so angry because I know that this has happened, and I know that has been detrimental to people who need help, and somebody who's offering help but doing it very poorly and in a negative way. And when I finished that scene, I was in a writing group, a write-in at a coffee shop, and I finished the scene and I was writing it out, and I got up, and for the next 20 minutes, I had to walk outside. It was November. It was pretty cold outside. I was just like walking outside with the cold wind blowing at me, leaving a message over an app called Voxer to a friend. I was like, I know that this has happened in real life. I know it. And it makes me so angry. And I just wrote it out. And I had all these emotions about it. And then I was like, okay, now I can continue. And it was pretty funny. I was just getting to know that group of people at the time. And they were like, all right. But they were for it anyway. Okay. Well, Nora, listen, congratulations. You nailed it. And okay, well, I feel like we need to get into this next 20-minute sprint so that you can keep going, or maybe you're continuing anyway. And I love it. Okie dokie. Better Day Zellers just wrote nothing. Wait, what did I ask? Maybe I asked if you got a sprint of doing nothing in. I respect that. I definitely respect it. Devin recently read an awesome book about decluttering. You did you? Could it perhaps be Sort by Season by AllyDeatherageArt, who is currently in chat? AllyDeatherageArt, why don't you just toss that link to your book up in the chat? Ally also leads live streams, and she wrote this great book about decluttering. It's a quick and easy read, very encouraging, and Devin is putting it to good use. I love it. Arcadia, currently reading 5 Feet Apart. Not sure how you feel about it. Interesting. Okay. Oh, Ally says, I hear that's a heart wrencher. Oof. Okay. Godspeed, Arcadia, as you make your way through that book. Nora, got it. Okay. Good to know. That's the one. Sort by Season. I'm typing it. Sort by Season in all capital letters. Pick it up. Go grab it. It's just a few bucks. It's a way to establish a lifelong habit of decluttering by our own AllyDeatherageArt. How exciting. Okay. Well, friendos, let's get started. Let's go ahead and do our last. You can let me know. I mean, I could do 20 or 25 minutes. I don't know if it makes much of a difference. I'll sip on some more of my collagen coffee while you let me know which you prefer. 20 minutes or 25 minutes. This coffee is a little bit cold. It's a little bit cold. But my mug is as cute as ever. We got 1 vote for 25. Anyone else? Anyone else? I usually do 25. I got 2 votes for 25. That's all I need. The decision is made. Sorry if you're like, I just hit enter saying 20 minutes. I'm so sorry. Got an ad. Devin, by the way, only once so far this morning has an ad started in the middle of a timer. And thankfully I had the volume turned up for me to hear. And so I was like, bah! And so I was able to skip it after 5 seconds, for crying out loud. All right. Last 25 minute sprint. Let's do it. And our friendly timer will start us off with a little bleep bloop. I'm sorry if it startled you. I got into my own thing and I didn't have a chance to ease you in as much as usual. Hello. Welcome back after the end of that sprint. How did that go for all of you? Still had to wrap up some work stuff during that sprint, but it's not totally wrapped up yet, but there's not a whole lot left. It should just be a little bit. Devin, you were so startled by the end of the sprint. No, you're not kidding. I think you were screaming in real time as it happened. You were real time writing out your scream. Like, have you ever seen Monty Python and the Quest for the Holy Grail? Oh, fantastic. I'm hearing a new dog that I'm not used to. And so it distracted me. Anyway, in that movie, they find like a cave painting of someone. And it's an absurdist movie, of course. And the person actually wrote, "Ugh," as they were dying. And they're like, they really wrote that. And they're like, yeah, it ends with them going, "Ugh." Oh, I haven't seen that in so long. That's what I think you were doing, Devin. You were writing your in real time. That was definitely worth the explanation, right? Kind of a long walk to get to the end of that. Okay. Probably time for me to hop off. Okay. Allie says that her sprint was very relaxing. Arcadia finished a chapter. Arcadia, any further thoughts based on how you feel about the book since you finished a chapter? Which is apparently what we're hearing of kind of a rough book. Interesting. For me, also, so what I did get done with the podcast was made a plan. Oh man, I'm always smacking myself in the face with these little ribbons. I'm like this, smacking myself in the face. Wow. When I looked at what I have coming up, where I'm headed with everything, I hesitate to say it even to myself that I'm like in a pretty decent place with episodes for a few months. There's still a lot of work to be done, but once I can get them recorded and sent off for editing, the hardest, most time-consuming part of them is done. So I'm thinking of taking a break in working ahead on these for maybe a few weeks to work on something else, because then I won't have another interview until the end of April, and then I have another one scheduled for the middle of May. And so I'm thinking, I also want to get my hopes up that if I really just stick with these episodes and getting them done, then I can take a little bit of a break, focus on something else. And then after that middle of May interview, kind of dive back in, and I'll still be ahead with stuff. I think I need a break from it, honestly. Find myself wanting to work on some other things. Okay. I was just rambling on, waiting for your comments to come through. Nora, 596. Ooh, you are on fire. That's amazing. Don't think I've ever written this much in 25 minutes. Congratulations. That's wonderful. It sounds like this scene, once you got into it, it really just flowed out of you. Great job. Great work. I hope you're able to, I'm sure you'll be able to keep that on going, and you are really making a lot of progress toward your goal for the day, right? Wow, that's great. I'm so glad we were able to be here and be a part of it with you. Glad we were able to encourage you. Arcadia, the comments are really flying in now. Arcadia started tearing up. Oh, you're at a part that really hit when you saw the movie. Oof. Okay. That's like some major writing. Yeah, some major writing. That's what I said, for it to hit you so hard. And then when you already have that visual in place from the movie, okay. All right. Okay. Godspeed. I think I said that to you earlier, but I mean it now. I hope that this is maybe a good break from the book before you kind of like dive back in. I think that's awesome. Allie says, oh no. Wow, Nora, between this stream and Allie's, you've written 5,000 words in less than 24 hours. That is a major accomplishment. And to me, it says that, you were a little bit apprehensive about this scene that you are writing today. But what that tells me is that it's all there. Like it's all inside you, just waiting to pour out. Like it's got to get out of your head. It's got to get out. I keep wanting to say onto paper, figuratively, virtually, digital paper, but that story needs to get out. It's ready, and you are just in a great flow. So I'm really happy for you. It's a great feeling. I'm so glad that you're able to make this progress on your story. And I think you said, I don't know how long ago it was at this point. Can I scroll back up fast enough? It's got to be like maybe 5 o'clock where you are. I didn't calculate it. Algeria is maybe 8 hours ahead. Oh, no, it can't be that far. Wait, I'm confused now. I don't know what time it is where you are, but I hope you're able to keep going. I think you said that you were a night owl. So, yeah, that's awesome. Devin is still decluttering. Hashtag. 1 second. Hashtag decluttering delightful Devin. I love alliteration. Good job. That's great. Decluttering is a good feeling. And as for me, you guys, I am ready to be done. I'm ready to be done with this. I probably would have ended a little bit earlier if I hadn't had this work stuff come up. But on the other hand, it facilitated Nora getting some more words, and it facilitated Devin's decluttering and Arcadia's reading. And I'm happy about that. That's what the whole thing is about. That's what I'm here for. Devin, I cannot personally speak to whether or not you personally need to be decluttered. I think that's a question that everybody has to answer for themselves. Yeah. Decluttering Devin. It sounds like a movie title, doesn't it? Yeah, right. In which the main character, I don't know, could go a lot of different directions, and I don't think I'm going to go there. I think Devin himself is perfectly capable of determining the direction of his delightfully decluttering Devin. What's a D word for a movie? I can't get there. Digital production. I did my best. Hashtag Devin declares. It's 6:20. Algeria is only 6 hours ahead of where I am. Okay. I would have expected, I wonder, do you all do daylight savings, or do you keep the same time throughout the year? Or maybe it's still coming. I wonder if that has affected it. Because France is 7 hours ahead of where I am. Usually that's like my reference point because I lived there for a while. So I got really used to calculating that time difference. And Algeria is pretty straight down and then over a little bit east. Anyway, but there are like a few months or a few weeks of the year where it's only 6 hours ahead because of daylight savings. Anyway, this is fascinating for everyone, right? I think it's time for me to sign off, everyone. It's time for me to sign off. Thank you all so much for being here. You all definitely contributed to me getting some things done There was a great energy. Thank you all for being so positive in the chat. Thank you for sharing your accomplishments and for your time. If you need more sprints, head down in the description of this video. I've included the playlist link for Devin's writing sprints playlist. So click on that. I think you're probably all familiar with it, but it's just conveniently linked down there for you. I know that Kate Kavanaugh is doing, I just saw today, doing a 24-hour live stream writing event. I actually put it in my bullet journal for tomorrow. I have a list for Ally's sprints for tomorrow. And then here I wrote, note, Kate Kavanaugh, 24-hour write-a-thon in case I need it. And then I wrote, off for Sunday. For crying out loud, myself, take the day off. I'm gonna take that day off so much. All right, I'm done. Goodbye, everybody.